Good evening, everybody, and welcome back into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon. You all are doing good tonight. Tonight, we're going to finally put our tool head that we completed last night back into the Trident over here. In fact, we're going to move the Trident over here onto the bench because we're going to have to install our tool head. We're going to have to do some wiring up underneath the deck of it. We're going to swap the mini 128/64 display out for a KlipperScreen display. And just basically get it ready to add Box Turtle to it and get it running. So without further ado, as my bot would say, I'm going to go ahead and grab this and bring it over here. To do that, I'm probably going to, for safety's sakes, move Tiamat out of the way so I could get the Trident over here a little bit easier. Having this on a cart definitely is a godsend. So I can just completely move it to the other side of the room. It makes it a lot easier to get back here and get the printer. And just like that, we've got our printer over here on the bench. And for those of you, I know you probably haven't seen Iron Dragon in a minute or two because she's been kind of hidden back there, but go to the bench side. You guys remember when we built this Trident, which is part of 3D Sparkle Fluorescent Red and Sparkle Old Copper, is kind of this color down here. We got some custom vinyl added to the panels, and this was done by KB3D. So really awesome stuff there. Oh yeah, it definitely makes it great moving something. That's why I made sure that I put casters on that. And they're a 3-inch caster. In fact, I still need to get the dimensions for the plates that I did to Chris. Oh yeah, yeah. James Earl Jones died a few years or a couple of days back. That was a sad day. That is true. That is true. So right now we've got the inside partially taken apart because we had taken the tool head off, right? So we need to put our tool head that we just finished assembling back on there. That'd probably be off here. Lost it, but we'll work around it because why not? Why be easy when we can make it hard, right? Trying to find my screws real fast. These are for the nothing front. Sorry, folks, kind of talking to myself real fast. So the way we start off reassembling everything is by putting on the extruder. And your extruder piece is your top part, right? Once again, we've got our extruder gears in here, the extruder motor, got our tool head board, And a couple of the wires we have on here, this is for the X end stop that's mounted right here on the side. And then this is for the CNC tap, which is our sensor for Z probing, Z homing. I did go and swap the pins over yesterday. So we're going to plug it into the right location. I did that after the stream. And I, believe it or not, I managed to get 2 of the pins out of the old connector. The third one, when I was trying to take the pin out, I actually pulled the wire out of the pin. And I attempted to recrimp it, and I got a good solid recrimp. So I was kind of amazed with that. But the way this works is this is going to this notch area right here, right? There's a little kind of notch area. Sits right down between these 2 sides here. So this will sit right in there like that. And then there will be 2 screws that go through and hold it to that back plate. And those are the 2 screws that I'm not seeing. What I was looking for. Give me half a second to see. Yep, there they are. Sitting over here in Fay Dragon. And for those of you that were watching the previous stream, you'll know that we had talked about possibly taking Fay Dragon partially apart to get the tool head out of it. And then we decided against that. And we decided that we were going to go with the just a standard Dragon. We were going to try. We tried the Batis Next G fiber hot end, and that was a fail because of the way the strain relief is on the wire. It really is not conducive for trying to install in a stealth burner. So that did not work. So we went ahead and used a Dragon, and we had added an ultra high flow type of extension to it. Well, I went ahead and just reprinted the right part for a Dragon. So we're back to the standard nozzle on the Dragon. I just rebuilt this right before the stream. Everything's back to working order. And we most likely will even pull this out and go back to a standard Revo in here. For no other reason than I've had issues with getting clogs in the Dragon anyhow. And I'm thinking about just going back to a Revo or back to the Voron Revo. I should get the heat sink tomorrow, so I would just swap that out on stream or off stream, and you guys wouldn't even know any better. Our Z end stop. See if I can't get us. Let me bring you guys in here. Our Z end. The X end stop goes right up here in this top left corner. So we're going to grab this, pull it up there, and stick that in. Our Z probe used to be here where this other connection is. We're going to move it down here now into the BL Touch. So if I can get that to somehow stay without falling. Stay without falling, but get an angle to it. Not that kind of angle, but we'll go with it. This is going to come around and go into this connector down here at the bottom. And I didn't change the length on this wire, so it's probably a little longer than it needs to be now because before it was coming up here. So we'll have to figure out a nice way of just tucking this up and around here like so. Our bottom piece comes in and just sits on these two screws here and the two screws down here. So this just pushes up. These front two screws are basically used for alignment, and the bottom two screws make a ledge for it, hopefully. These are way loose. You don't want them tight, but they shouldn't be loose either. This doesn't feel like they're setting up on the lower screws. Anyhow, this goes up there. Our thermistor wire will come over here all the way on the left, and there's a little cutout in this piece now. Makes it a lot easier to get this lined up and pushed in. Say that, and then I have problems getting it there. It's not an issue with the connector, it's more an issue with my fat fingers. Fat fingers and trying to get an angle for you guys so that I am now at a wonky angle. There we go. Now that's in there. And then, whoops. And then this wire is going to go all the way around the back and plug in to the heater core wire, or the heater core with the micro fit at the back. Fairly tight fit on that connector. All right. Bear with me, folks. I'm going to put you guys back over here because I need to get I need to be able to see to get in here. So bear with me. Move it like this. Maybe we'll flip over to the overhead. Oh yeah, he was definitely getting older. There we go. So the hot ends in are X end stop wires up here. We've got the whatchamacallit, our cap. We're going to kind of tuck everything in here so that we can bring our door down, get it in place. If it looks like I'm struggling a tad bit here, it's because, well, I am. Lower portion is not, it should be sitting on top of those little M3x6 button heads at the bottom, and it's not. I, I know that's been an issue in the past with some of my builds where it just, for whatever reason, it won't sit on there. In this wire, wants to be clean in my arsenal. This is a pretty, I'll say, tight package, but because of it, it's also kind of a pain in the butt sometimes. Okay. That's there. Let's get these in here and started. And while being able to swap tool heads is great, um, sometimes there's just like ever so slight um, kind of difference either in a print or something that keeps something from lining up right, and your screws don't go in right. And as I've mentioned before, never be afraid of, using the file strategically. Oh, lots of people have converted Ender 3s to using a stealth printer. There's several mods out there. I had never done it. All right, what is going on? I've never done it, but I know that there are people that have. I hate when, hey, this went in, but one side's not connecting, the other is. You know what? These are 20 millimeters. So the middle, I'll say the screw that goes on the middle side here on the right, the upper of the set of screws, every once in a while, one of the wires that you try and route will get right in the way, and then you won't be able to screw anything in. So I'm having a feeling, because I can't get that screw to actually get started, so I'm having a feeling that there might be, I don't know, something in the way of that, one of the wires. I keep wanting to say there's a screw that had to be a different size. Top left needs to be a M3 by 18. That one gets shorter on the top left so it doesn't foul with the cutter. Switch that one for a smaller one. That one's lined up. The other one, let's go ahead and try. There we go. Hot, that's cool. Oh. Not an issue with the screw. Issue of a alignment bearing. So I feel like the screw's going in, and then I look and it's not going in. It's actually pressing out the pressing on the face. So what it is there's a slight misalignment in height between that screw back. On there. Everything's nice and oh. I mean, it's going in, but it's like also at the same time pushing the cover out. You guys need to stop and just crank on it. Anyhow, this is definitely not a box turtle issue. This is more of a stealth burner issue. Just new parts, old parts, other types of parts. Anybody else ever have issues getting stealth burners to go together easily all the time? I see so many people that they just go boop, done. And then mine, it's like something's always just slightly off. I got to fiddle with them. Oh, darn, RFS 3D. Yeah, we're going to have rain. I think a lot of rain coming up here soon with the storm. What I'm doing now is inserting my X30 2x2 cable, which is the Canbus cable. That's inserted. I need the screw for that. And that's strain release end. And I'm fine with having these cables out here like that. This is the tap wires. And like I said, I could possibly shorten them up some, but I'm not going to fiddle with it. It's going to work just well or just fine. That goes in there. The other thing we're going to need to do is install our plunger, not our plunger, but our depressor. And to do that, we're going to put it in these back two slots. So I need to get these screws out, which I'm going to need to use my ball end driver for, because I got my lights in there. Alrighty. And I have two other screws over here for this. Of course, I have them in black. Seriously. There we go. And whoever thought of this mounting did not realize that people would have lights in there. Can't get that out of the way. Good gracious. Of course, this would probably be easier on me if I just gave in and took a side panel off, but I'm trying to be lazy and not do that. When you tighten these in here, one of the things you need to do is make sure that your tool head can get to wherever you put this depressor at. So there is some movement front to back, side to side, because there is a little bit of a groove there. So you just need to make sure that, there we go, that your tool head will be able to come back here, line up, and move over to the depressor. In my case, one, my depressor needs to go up some, and then two, I need to get it fully in alignment, so I'm going to wind up taking my side panel off. In order to get in here. So what we want to do is make sure that we're lined up, I'll say front to back, and then height-wise that we're lined up as well. I'm a little low, so I just need to undo the screw, move this up one more notch maybe. Secure it in. Go ahead and lock this down as well. Step 2. Those are locked down. Figure itself out. This is lined up. I need to open this up some more, make it a little bit longer because that is just too short. Meaning it's going to have to get real close to bottoming out in order to contact. So we want our piece to be able to come over. That would be kind of the, like right there would say, okay, I'm in the right spot, I'm good. Then it'll come over, do the quick cut motion, back off, and then it would ram that cut piece back down into the hot zone so it doesn't stay melted in the cold zone. But this, yeah, that'll give us plenty of travel without losing a lot of printability space here. The other thing that I'll want to do, I don't know if I'll put it together right yet, is I've got a brush system that will mount onto the back here that will give me a brush right at this level so that I can brush the nozzle. So I'll have to work on that. I will probably work on that now while I have it open, huh? Because I'm probably going to have to take the top and stuff off to make it work. Of course, why would I go and figure out what I needed as far as screws and stuff? Likely in 5x10 button head screws and rolling T-nuts. Or I've got roll-ins, but where it's at, I'm assuming hammerheads might be a little bit easier to work with. So let me grab a couple of those. This is one of those mods that would be great to do as you're building and before you put any panels on. That's going to be one piece. The other piece, I am going to need to put some heat sets in real fast, so bear with me un momento. There, that goes there. I'll probably need this one to do the M5s. Just get that out of the way. 4, 2. I need to put a couple of heat set inserts and not this piece. Well, I can put 2 in this piece, but I need to put 2 heat set inserts in here because there's going to be screws that come up from the bottom through the angled part into this, and that's what will give me my front to back. So let me bring my heat press up and throw a couple of heat sets in there. And then we should be able to put our panels back on and start closing things back up. Hey, Petty Ruxpin. How's it going? Welcome on in. So the difference is this particular piece right here is made to hold a like wire brush, where this piece right here would be to hold one of the silicone wipers from an A1. Just depends on which way you want to do it. Those are proud. So how's everybody doing this evening? Hope everyone's week's going well. I know I'm doing pretty good. All in all things considered, doing good. And once again, if I read the instructions, I would know what size screw I needed here, but who reads instructions? Looks like it would probably be 12 works pretty well. I think it calls for 12 works well. It's almost Friday. Yes, it is. One more day to Friday. That is true. So I don't have a brush in there yet. However, I do have brushes. I just need to cut the arm off to mount it in there. And of course, I don't have anything to cut it with just yet. I'd have to do the bandsaw. So y'all bear with me one moment. Now you know what? I'll cut that later. Right now, I'll get this physically installed, make sure that it's low enough that it's not going to hit the nozzle, and we'll adjust afterward. Trying to get these lined up in. There might be fun enough. software would most likely be easier to do this with nothing else installed on the printer. In there. That's all the way back. I'd have to move this forward. And my so you want it forward enough that the nozzle can get to it, but not forward to the point where the bed would hit it. And I think I'm clearing the bed there. Yeah, it looks like it's going to clear the bed just barely. And then the that'll clear the bed, or should just clear the bed. And then we'll adjust the height, the overall height of this by the connector back here to the rear center spar, or center upright. Just raise or lower that so that our brush, when it's installed, will just be hitting the nozzle. I could probably go up about, I don't know, almost a centimeter. I've had some issues with some of those, and them actually lining up and working for me right. There's all kinds of mods out here for these. It's which one works right for you, for your build at that time. This one seems like it's going to work for me. That should be good enough right there. So when I cut the thing, that should work. Let's try and get our panel back in here. A lot of times I hate trying to get these panel clips all to line back up and go in, because once again they're They are hammerheads, and sometimes I have an easy time, sometimes I don't, and they drive me insane. But so far, praise to God, this seems to be working, and all of them are twisting and catching, so. Oh, and thank you, more for rescribing for a total of 16 months. I appreciate that so much, my friend. Didn't notice that these rolling T-nuts had sprung out, which always sucks because now they may or may not line back up. Appropriately for these to screw back in. Of course, one yes, the other no. Story of my life. Okay. The tool head is now installed. We've got the whatever the depressor is in place, and we think we've got a good length there for it. We've got our brush mount in here, and I'm pretty sure we're going to be clear of the bed. What else? What else? I think now the rest of it is going underneath, under the deck. We need to do our Canbus cables, and we need to do the we need to do Canbus cables, and we need to do the display. And do the display. So that means we need to spin this around and lay it down on its side gently. There we go. Dinner timer's going off. There you go, RFS 3D. Go get dinner. Thunder Keys, how's it going? Stock panel clips, really just the hammerheads drive me nuts. Yeah. Yeah, I know. And there's a bunch of other people that have been using other ones. And I keep saying, yeah, I'm going to give them a try. And then I never do. And yeah, it's good to see you back, Modlight. I know you've been gone for a while, so. Once again, Timor, thank you for resubscribing with your Prime. Appreciate that. Hey, Westery, how's it going? We're doing good. We are in the process of doing mods on our Trident here. A bit dusty. So it's been a while, and you know what? Give me 1 second. I'm going to go ahead and take the. How did I put? I'm just going to go ahead and take the rear clamps off altogether. I'll kind of show you where we're at and what we got. Always that one damn clamp of VHB that never wants to stay. Always one. Okay. Put this down on there. And I'm going to twist this around. Gently. Gently. There we go. Let's go to bench side. Awesome. Oh, what'd I miss? Long, stressful tornado season. Had one very close hitting my hometown. Oh, wow. You got the annex style on one of your borons. Also have been looking at ones designed by Physitech. Yeah, I know there's a bunch of cool stuff out there. I need to look into some of the other ones maybe one of these days. Got back from your trip. A deer hit your rental last night. Oh my goodness, sis. Really? Like, you just want things to be hyper eventful, huh? All right, cool, Westery. Family first, you know that, always. So this is our build on the Trident. So we've got a octopus board here, and it's the standard octopus. We've got honey badger fans, Meanwell LRS 350. We've got the standard 5-volt power supply to power the CB1. I don't know why we're powering, or I'm sorry, not a CB1. This is a, yeah, it's a CB1 on a Raspberry Pi sled. So this is basically acting as a Pi just without the DSI screen, which I just realized because that'll be a problem. So CB1 modules cannot run a DSI screen. In order to run a DSI screen, you would have to switch this from a CB1 to like a CM4 or swap this out with a straight Raspberry Pi. And as soon as I do that, I'm rebuilding everything. So is it time for a fresh build of Klipper? Or do we once again forgo KlipperScreen for right now? So this version, I have to double check. I can't remember if this version has Canbus on the board or not. Don't think this one does. Sorry, I just heard something fall and I don't know what it was. But anyhow, so we do have one CAN bus cable here on our UTC. This CAN bus cable is going to our tool head. Okay. What we need to do is build a second CAN bus cable that can go in the white connector here. And that's going to come back somewhere onto our back panel, or could come out on the side, doesn't matter. It just needs to come down, and we will put in our 4-pin CAN bus cable adapter. And what this will do, you got a little locking clip on here. Take this, you put it down in any one of your octagonals that it'll fit in. And you'll put your cable in there, making sure you've got your, well, actually you can take this and put it right in there. Then you'll stick your cable in there all the way. I'm actually going to get the cable in here first because it'll be easier. You've got to add that screw in there. And then the screw is going to retain the cable or the microfit 3 female connector in here. Then you can put it into your skirt wherever you're going to put it, lock it in, and that's now locked into your skirt and not going anywhere. So on the back side here, I've already got a whatchamacallit, a not a USB connector, a network connector. Wow. Actually, on the back side here, because of the Trident, let me bring you around here real fast. So here's my backside panel, and there's my keystone jacks, right? This connector won't fit into any of the ones here on the right next to that joint, right? So it won't fit here, it won't fit here. I would have this one, or this one right in the middle on either side. And what I will say is that's not going to be reachable easily. It's easy enough for me to reach back here, turn the power on and off, and unplug it, but I can't get to this center back real easily with it on the bench. So that's where it makes more sense to have this coming out one of the sides, either this side or the other side. Thinking this side because this is the side that has the power and stuff on it, and this will be on the left side of the printer, which is also closer to my UTC. So it'll be a small pigtail run to make that cable work. So I'm thinking that's what we're going to do, is run it there. And if you remember on the last stream, that one, yes. Well, not the last stream, but one of the last streams, I mentioned that I had gone ahead and created this cable already because it was just a lot easier to do it off stream and to make sure that we're good. We're going to have to do the other side of that cable. But what we need to do is just figure out how long we would need to make that. It doesn't need to be perfect. We'll have some room to work some things around in here. And something about like right in there. We'll cut this cable. We'll go ahead and make this cable, pin it out, that whole 9 yards. And then we'll still have plenty of extra cable that we can use for other projects or to do the same thing on other builds. Because once again, we're going to have several box turtles, and right now all of my box turtles are being built using our Big Tree Tech MMB boards. Hey, Chaos Rocker, hello, 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 hello. Welcome on in, Raiders. Sorry about that, I just missed it. Chaos Trucker raiding in with a party of 42. Thank you, welcome on in. My apologies, I'm still kind of all over the place again today. Been like that for a few days now. But thank you for coming on in, Chaos Trucker, and bringing your channel members in. Thank you for the 42 viewers that joined. For those of you that aren't aware, my name's Digital Dragon. This is the Dragon Den. I am a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. What does that mean? It means that we do everything from unboxings, like our Bamboo Labs over here. Kind of behind me, you can't see it because of the printer in the way here, is my Prusa Mark IV. To full up printer builds like the Voron that we're working on right now, to prototyping. I've taken part in various beta tests, and what we've been doing right now is building the box turtle by Armored Turtle, which is under closed beta. And as soon as we have 25 people in the closed beta that serialize their box turtles, they're going to open it up to a wide open beta, public beta. If you want to get in on the closed beta right now, you can join Armored Turtle's Patreon. And once that goes through, you can request access to the closed beta, and you will be able to get all the files, so you have all the files to print to build your very own box turtle. Right? This is going to be an open source AMS. I will be building yet another one of these because the files have changed considerably since this build. But it's going to be an open source AMS that will work with any vanilla clipper out there. If you're doing something like a K1 or other Creality that's got a crealitized version of Clipper, you might have to jailbreak it in order to do it, but yeah, Thunder Keys, that's why I want to do it. It just means that what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to power this up, pull all the configs down off of it because I don't think I have the latest configs on here, and then we'll rebuild a Raspberry Pi. So we can do that. We can definitely do that, and it's there you go. Thank you, Mr. Wizix, for putting that in there. But like I said, you go out there, you become a Patreon member of Armored Turtle, and after that goes through, I believe it's reach out on the Discord and request access, and he will get you access into the closed beta files where you'll get the actual CAD files and everything else. But yeah, I've been wanting to put the KlipperScreen on here for a while. And like I said, in order to do it, I'm going to have to swap this out for a standard Raspberry Pi. Luckily, I now have a bunch of those. My options are one of two Raspberry Pi 4s or a CM4 that I could put on that sled. Either way, I'm going to have to redo the software. And I don't have any CB2s. Like, if anybody's got a good source for CB2s, please let me know. I guess the only place I'm going to be able to get them is directly from BQ, because I'll be darned if I've been able to find anybody who has them in stock. That's been my issue, is finding them in stock somewhere. So, yeah, let me go ahead and turn this on. We'll copy the configs down, and then we'll go ahead and work from there. So, This probably isn't going to be long enough to be able to do it from this orientation, is it? Maybe. Sit there and stay nice. And like I said, I need to look at how this CAN bus is wired. So I'll disconnect the CAN bus for the existing one that we have. And then, what? Oh my God. Are you kidding me? It has, the man's killing me. I was just talking to him about things too. Of course, there's a good part of me is like, do I go through and swap all of my CB1s to CB2s? Well, look at that. He does have them. And he has the ones with EMCC storage on them. Even better. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, well, and I've got a couple like the my 0G Mercury ones are using CB1s. So updating those to CB2s would probably not be a bad idea. Because right now I'm running, well, I'm running HDMI displays on both of them. So if I switch them up to CB2, it's like, okay, I can go to a DSI display now. And then what do I do with the 7-inch HDMI display I have downstairs on the other one? Okay, what were we gonna do? We're gonna come over here. Mainsail should be up and running. Let me switch back over to, which one? Bench side. Actually, not bench side. Browser window. And which window did you want? Really? None of them? Aye, aye, aye. And this is erroring out because it says it cannot talk with the SB2209. Why can't you? You'll be able to talk to the SB2209. Yeah, it's plugged in all the way. Oh well, regardless. So we'll have to reinstall the AFC software, which is no big deal because they just updated it again. Probably don't need K-shape tune on there. Adaptive mesh. Config, shell command, config, stealth print. Have the AFC as well, though we'll validate. So we're going to need all those. We'll click download. That will download a zip file. We'll open that zip file up and just verify that it is all good. Adaptive mesh, auto commit shell, config backup, line purge, macros, printers, shell command, self burner, AFC, and AFC config. All right. So we're good. We've got those files down. Still have no idea why it can't talk to the SB2209, but we'll solve that. So we just saved all the config files. Without it coming up, why are you? The fan just came on, so apparently I just needed to wiggle the wire a bit. Auto fan came on. Yeah, the part cooling fan is on. Oh no. We'll play with that a little bit here in a minute. Let me. Yep, doesn't matter. I do need to go into the well, trying to think. I should be good anyhow, right? If I just set up as long as I set up the Canbus the same way with the same rate and everything, I should be good to go to just add in the UIDs and everything should just come up, right? Well, ready. Log in as BQ. Password. I have to figure out what's going on with the Canbus. Crap. Might as well go ahead and bring up Esoterical's page anyhow, because we're going to need it. Oh yeah, that site is definitely the Bible. Now we'll just say new build start here, can file. Etsy network. Yeah, we set it up for 1 million, so everything should be good there. That's all I needed. Okay. So how do we want to build this? Let's build it. Well, we're going to build it on the bench. Like that's how we're going to build it, is on the bench. Three that I have there aren't Pi builds, so alrighty. Our Raspberry Pi opened up. And let me be right back. I need to go grab the Raspberry Pi plug. Do. Actually, I'm like, we need the Raspberry Pi plug. Why? We do the build on. My brain's gone, folks. My brain's gone. What I need is an SD card. Nice, shiny, clean SD card, never been used. Best way to do it, grab a SD card reader. Of course, grab our little extension cable there. And we're going to start off with Mainsail. So we're just going to I don't know why I did that. I want to do this. So I'm just going to take this, plug it into a USB extension cable, and that's going to give us the drive. This. But we do need our Raspberry Pi imager. I have that on the desktop. No. Why do I not have it on the desktop? Oh, that's depressing. So Raspberry Pi imager. Use device. We're going to be doing a Raspberry Pi 4 OS. There's a couple of different ways. You can just put a plain Raspberry Pi OS on it and then come in with Kaya. Or what I'm going to do is other general purpose. No, not other general. Other specific purpose. 3D printing. Find Mainsail. And we're going to do the latest Mainsail install. Choose our storage. Don't do your big drive. Do the small drive. Don't overwrite anything important here. Okay. I'm going to say next. Would you like to apply the OS customization settings? I'm going to verify those settings. I'm going to do that over here because I don't want you to see my passwords. And I'm going to make sure and default this back to the basic Raspberry Pi password. Host name. Iron Dragon. That just makes it easier to find because if you've got multiple raspberries, you're going to get the first one that it finds. It might not be the right one that you want. Okay, all that's good. Save. Yes. Last chance generic SD MMC, yes. And we're going to let this fly for a minute. Okay, so once this is done, or yeah, this is fully powered on. So while this is working, I'm going to unplug my existing Canbus cable in here, because what I need to do is verify how this is plugged in. All of your CAN ports between the small black one and the bigger white one are the same pinout. So as long as you build your white one so that it looks exactly like this one does, I'll be good, and I don't make anything go poof poof. So I need parts to do that. And the easiest place to find those, do they have those in here? I don't think they do. These are just the ones for the board. All right. Now I get to go and look for the bigger pins. I should have, I know I have them. The question is just where do I have them? That's the tricky part, is where are those particular connectors at? And it is a Molex connector. It's just a different size Molex connector. And that'll be the issue, is just really, do I have that, you know, where do I have those particular Molex connectors snuck out at? That's the connector that would be on the UTC. So if you have that connector anywhere, it would be in a box for a UTC. So if you have a UTC sitting around, go look for it. That would be the one that you would need. All right. And there's going to be another connector type that I need to buy and have stock of. And I am actively looking, folks. I have to bring up the UTC and see if there's a way of doing it without one of those 4-pin Molex, because I am not finding one. Or at least not one that's readily and easily available. Aha! Found it because I had another UTC. Way to go. Well, and that's the thing is, I know there are connectors that you can just do high-low here, but I don't know. 24 volt in, 24 volt in. You can bring can high-low in here. Out, out. Yes, that's. These are additional can high, can low pins. So these are the typical connectors I go into. And normally what I would do is if I'm going into a connector like this, like on an EBB 36 or an EBB 42, I will do this end into the big white connector because it's a different pinout between this connector and the EBB 36. So if you build your cable and then you don't pay attention and you plug it in the wrong way, you will blow your EBB 36 and this board. So that's why I do it that way. These 4-pin JST connectors here are actually high, low, ground, and 24 volt. Now, I don't think I would want to run 24 volt through the JST going up to the tool head or to another board that's powering things with 24 volt like that. I feel much better taking it through the Molex. So I'll use the big Molex connectors out of this one. And like I said, I know I've got other sets of the Molex connectors. I just don't know where they're at right now. So finding one of these sitting on the shelf is actually a godsend. And yeah, I know you can wiggle it, and basically what you would do is break out the one into multiple connectors. The other thing you can do is if you've got a MCU that supports Canbus, and you can do the USB to Canbus bridge on your controller like an updated, like an Octopus 1.1. Big Tree Tech has a Canbus expansion board basically, that gives you like what, 1 in to 6 out or something like that, I think it is. So that's a good way of spreading out Canbus if you're all on Canbus. The other thing we're going to do is have to take this off. Okay, we'll scoot that to the side because we're going to be replacing that. We'll go ahead and remove the display. Okay, so our board is, or our Raspberry Pi imager is done. Come on, darn you. There we go. So old screen off. Old screen off, we can get the new screen on. What I want to do is we've got our board done now. So we continue, we can close that. And we're going to and no, I don't need to eject either one of my hard drives. We're good there. Okay. So now we can take this, plug it into our Raspberry Pi 4. And now is where we're going to need some power for this. I'm going to do this on the side here while we're working on some wiring, because we're going to have to do, updates and all that good stuff. So Raspberry Pi 4, power. We're getting some lights on there. So that will come up. We'll have to do a search for it and figure out where we're at. And we're going to need to strip back some of this. Might be good time to grab a little bit of heat shrink to put on that cable as well so that we can heat shrink it when we're done. Just make sure we have proper strain relief. Yeah, for those of you that have just joined in or haven't been here the whole time, what we're trying to do should be a very simple update, was just to add the Canbus cable for our we're going to add a Canbus cable to the side skirt here so that we can plug in and out our box turtle very easily. What we determined though in the process, because we wanted to add a KlipperScreen, is, well, I was running a Big Tree Tech CB1 on a Pi 4 board, or the Pi sled. So that doesn't work. So we're in the process of building a brand new Raspberry Pi 4, and we're going to switch this over to a Raspberry Pi 4 so we can run the DSi display, which will also give us the ability to test out some of the new KlipperScreen stuff that we're building for the box turtle. So this should now be up on the network. If things work right, I should be able to just do a look for irondragon.local. Or no, that's not going to work. That's scary. It did work. Yeah, it'll work because we did Mainsail OS, not just standard. So yeah, we've got Mainsail OS installed, and you guys can't see what I'm showing. So let me go here. So yeah, we've got Mainsail OS installed by default. We're going to need to now work on getting this mounted and plumbed, and then we can do the rest of the build on the machine. I wasn't thinking that my brain is apparently not fully functional again today. Too many things going on. So we're going to work on our cable here. That's good. That's on the network. It's talking. It's going to have an IP address, and I'll figure that out in a little bit later. Actually, well, yeah, can we go ahead and do updates on it now? Because I know it's going to have a lot of just base updates to do. So I'm going to strip off a little bit of this cable and the big outer sheathing on this cable. You got to be careful as you do this that you're opening up the sheathing, but you're not cutting any of the cables underneath. And how's it going, Zombie? How goes your tool changer build? Are you changing tools yet? I always get through on one side and then the other side's kind of just a shade off, and I'm afraid to kind of give it a go because I'm afraid I'm going to cut the wires. And when I do this, I give myself, oh yeah, there's a lot of updates. Can't see it. Yeah, there's a few. So Crow's Nest, Clipper, fact that it's going from 12.0.95 to 12.0-295. Yeah, I might want to do that now. 105 packages. Yeah, let's do the update all. Let's get that started. Okay, when I start off doing these cables, I'm going to let that go in the background. I'll switch over to the overhead camera. Let's let that keep going. When I do these cables, I'm going to start with the power cables first. And we'll start working on these. We'll get these crimped. The power cables are 20 gauge. So we'll go ahead and strip these. And get them crimped. And then we'll install them in the connector. We get to use the big ones on this one, so it makes it a little bit easier to work with. I swear he always does that. As soon as I ask him about his build, he's like, nope, alert, gone. Almost like he doesn't want to talk about it. Unlurk. Oh. What was the question? The question was on your tool changer that you've been working on again. Is it up in printing? Are you changing tools yet, or are you just have one or two? Like, how many tools have you got going already? Or you're making coffee? Gotcha. Well, that's an important task. You can be forgiven for making coffee. Okay. And there are crimping tools that will allow you to do both the crimp on the wire and the crimp on the insulation at the same time. I've never really used them. I know they exist. I haven't used them. I like just doing the double crimp by hand here. To me, it seems to work out a lot better. Right with this one. So there's the two power side done. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at my existing cable here and figure out where my power is at. So my positive is in the lower right and my negative is the lower left of the connectors. So when I'm looking at the connector like this, right, this is the front end, I want the power to be in the lower right and the ground to be in the lower left. Okay, so when I go to stick it in here, they're going to be side by side and they're going to be in the lower two slots. So you give them a tug and make sure that they're in there good. So we've got red on the bottom right, black on the bottom left, right? And that's looking at the connector that I already have done because I know they're all the same on that board. Now the yellow wire goes above the red. So I just need to know which way these are going. And of course, they're going to be crossed. But that's fine. So we'll do these next two wires. These are like 24 gauge tiny things. Maybe 26, at least 24. And these are just carrying the data, right? These are just the data lines, so they don't need to be anything major or big. The power, especially depending on the distance, you want a little bit thicker cable to be able to transmit the power for a longer distance. You love your crimper. Which crimper are you using, Zombie? One of the ratcheting dual crimp ones? Okay. Yeah, I've got a ratcheting dual crimp, but I use it for my like fork connectors, ring terminals, you know, those types of connectors. And then you guys were watching me do that, and I was about to do these backwards. So the green goes over the black. Always quadruple check. Always a pain to get the small ones in there and seated, just because the wire is very thin and it's kind of hard to push the connector up in there. I tend to use a pair of tweezers to push the housing further up in there and fully seat it on the thin wires. And it's just the nature of the wire itself. It's nothing to do with a crimp or anything. It's just the nature of the wire itself being so small that it's like pushing a noodle uphill. 3220M or something. Okay, is that an iWis then? That sounds like an iWis or a iCrimp now, I guess, because these are the iCrimp IWS 2820Ms, and I love these. In fact, I gave my older pair to Evil Diesel and bought a new pair because he was being like all Cro-Magnon and crimping wires using a pair of needle nose pliers. And I was like, dude, you can't be doing that. Like, I know it worked in the military days, and I know it works in a pinch, like if we're in the pits or something, but yeah, you gotta. You don't own a manual crimper yet? Gotcha. Yeah, I'm afraid of, I don't know why. I'm afraid of the ones that'll do both at the same time. Like I'm afraid that they're not going to crimp one or the other, or it doesn't get a good crimp on the wire, but it gets a good crimp on the sheathing or the insulation. So you think you've got a good connection, but it's not. I guess that's kind of my fear there. I don't know. So once again, all I'm trying to do is push on the connector housing, the pin housing itself, because that wire just doesn't have enough oomph. So that's kind of how we're wired up here, right? So Canbus on the top, low and high, and then power on the bottom. This is a very short run because we're coming from our UTC that's here, and we're just going to come right to the skirt right here on the side. We don't want we don't want to route this all the way to the back, because the only option is right technically in the back center on the Trident, where this black connector on a black panel, trying to line it up. Here we go. So what we're going to be doing is we're putting one of these in. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our connector here, where you've got the little up piece. That's where your clip's going to go. That's where you need your locking piece to be facing up. We're going to take this and push it in, and about right there is where it starts getting tight. So push it the rest of the way in, so it's fully seated. Might be able to go a little bit further. And you're going to put a screw in here, and this screw is going to hold it in place and lock it in. So let me, needs to go just a tad bit further. So let me hug a dug of this over here. See if I can't, there we go. Here's the pop. Now we're fully seated all the way up in there. Our connector's almost perfectly flush with the front. And we'll be able to put a screw in. Probably a button head would be better to use here, just because it's not going to have a big stick up from the it won't have a big stick out from the connector itself, so there wouldn't be a chance of catching a cable on it. So probably M3x6 would be fine for this if you got it. If not, M3x8. Like I said, it's just there to retain that connector, so that when you go to, make sure you grab a button head, not a socket head. When you go to put in the connector from the outside, it keeps this connector from getting pushed out. So yeah, now we're going to we're threading into plastic. And once again, all this is doing is just being a retainer. All we need it to do, right? So that's now there. Like our full updates have completed. And once again, we need to figure out which one of these we want to go into. It really doesn't matter which one. I'm going to go into there's 4 across here. Let me go back to the overhead so you can see where I'm pointing at. There's 4 across there, and there we go. There's 4 right across here. I don't want it to be right here, because then I'm trying to reach around the fan and mess with it. So I want it a little bit further back. So I'm going to go into this one right here. I'm going to slip this down through here. And I want to make sure that the press down connector, the relief pen, is at the top. Slide that in there and just push it all the way down. Now our locking mechanism here, there are little detents on here. It's going to be kind of hard to see, but there's little detents on there, and they're on the side where my finger and my thumb are. So there's little detents. Those need to be at the top and bottom on this connector, so just know which way that it goes on there. Feed it around our cable. Come up on the back side and just push this on. And that's going to lock the plastic piece in place. Now we can just bring our cable back around and plug it in after, of course, we do our strain relief. So let me grab our heater, which most likely will not be long enough to reach over there, knowing my luck. We'll be able to get close enough. I'm just going to break this down. Don't need it to be super crazy. I just need it to protect the wires. Now I can bring this around and we'll plug this in. And we'll just kind of bend our cable out of the way. Just like that. Now we've got a side skirt. We've got a side skirt that we can plug our cable in off of our box turtle and we'll be good there. So we don't need these anymore. Our Raspberry Pi is good. We're going to go ahead and get that installed back in the machine. So let me shut that down. The Pi sled here, I need to, those are like the M2 screws. I have to grab the iFixit. By the way, if you don't have one of these iFixits, get one. You don't have to get the most, this biggest one that Evil Diesel got me for Christmas last year, but get one, one of the standard sets or at least just the bit set. It comes in so handy for these builds. I must be a Cro-Magnon or something. These are M2 by 10 self-tappers. Okay. Put that to the side. We'll go ahead and turn the power off to this. Plug it. Get this mounted on here. Make sure I put it in the same way so that we have a good place to, or we have the ability to plug in our USB cable and our network cable and stuff back in like before. And so the Canbus devices, right? The toolhead board and the box turtle have already been configured. So all I need to really do is do the Raspberry Pi side of the configuration and we should be good to go. So just follow Esoterical's guidelines, which, as somebody said, they are the Bible, and I will agree, they are the Bible. Just recently, I noticed that there were some updates, and I've actually been able to do updates of Canbus devices without having to go back through, because invariably, every time I tried to do it, do the Klipper update, when it tells you, hey, you have to update your toolhead board or your, whatever, your MCU, every single time I've had to do it, I wind up having to fall back and like do a brand fresh new install on any Canbus device. In the last few months, I've been able to reliably and successfully follow the esoterical stuff and update all of my Canbus devices on the fly. So that's been really good. And I did just screw that on backwards. Dang it. So now I get to go back and redo it. I know, it's funny, isn't it, Mod Light? I do that all the time. Like, I need to do it this way, because I need the clip at the back, the release clip on this needs to be at the back side, not the front side. So otherwise, I'll never be able to reach down there and unclip it if I need to. Yeah, you're laughing at me, at yourself too, because how many times have you done this very same thing? No. But yeah, once we get this installed, we'll need to do a couple of things on the Canbus. Like I said, we don't have to put the Klipper shake tune stuff in or any of that stuff, because we've already got input shaping in. I'm not going to redo input shaping because I changed the tool head slightly. I don't think it's going to be worth it. And quite honestly, I don't run for speed on most of my printers. The BZBot can run speed. The K3 can run speed. The Rat Rig is pretty darn speedy. But I need good, reliable prints more than speed. So, don't ask how I screw a server backwards. Oh, you mounted a server in the rack backwards? Yeah, I won't ask you about that. Was it a fully loaded 6-shoe server? Because I've done that. That sucks, especially after I racked the damn thing myself. And that was probably the second hernia that I had. But yeah. Because my damn airman was out flirting with the girl from the orderly room. Left me hanging, and I was like, dude, I just want to get this done and get back home, because we were at a different base trying to do an install. I was like, I just want to be back home. Like, stop jerking around. Okay, so that one kind of went there. This is the one for the UTC and goes there. This is my network cable and comes around and it'll go there. This is power. So, sure I get it on the right pins. It is power, power, ground. So I'm just using the two. So I skip the first set of pins, go into the next two. And quite honestly, especially on Raspberry Pi 4s, I like bringing both the powers in here. I'm noticing on my Rooks, both of my Rook 2020s, they're being powered from the GPIO, and both of them, what the hell? Both of them keep taking the under voltage errors, and the only thing I can think of is it's going through the GPIO, which isn't, it doesn't have the power regulation going through the GPIO pins. Okay, so physically this part's back. We need to install our screen. Let me see if I can get these two M3 roll-in T-nuts out. And if so, we can move them to the underside because that's where we would need to mount. All right, come on. Out, just come out. Oh, awesome. I think that's the problem is this is V slot. So yeah, these will go in, but they're never going to stay in the right spot. So toss those in there. And let me grab a couple of made for M3s. Grab a couple of M3 hammerhead T-nuts. Okay. Pretty sad when you're sitting there looking at it going, which way are these going to go on there? That must be why there's space for 3 T-nuts on here. I think that would be a little bit overkill. So a lot of stuff has been in the news lately. And I don't want to talk about the political debates, but did anybody watch the live spacewalk this morning? The first commercial crew spacewalk. I got up and realized it was on and was like, oh, let me watch some of that. Pretty good. It was nice to see that we're having like commercial crews, non NASA or other space agency getting into the mix. Trying to make my gap the same on both sides here. Seems pretty rigid to me. Comes back here and plugs into our DSI connector. And I can never remember which way it goes. The ribbon goes towards right. If not, only a display. that's in there. Got power. We've got everything cabled up. KlipperScreen won't work just yet because we don't have the KlipperScreen software installed. And this is cabled up and good and ready to go for the UTC. We need to definitely create the bus there. All right, I think we're good to apply power. That's why I keep doing it. I want to put some heat sinks. Like there's some reason I keep looking at it. I need to put heat sinks on it. And I just looked in the place where the heat sinks are supposed to be and they're not there. Hi, Luke, put stuff back. Why don't you put stuff back? You guys yell at yourself for doing things like that? Like, I know better. I know better. Thinking about putting stuff back. Put this stuff away. Don't need this anymore. The good thing is I know exactly what the container looks like. The bad thing is I'm not seeing the container. And our last two screws, not there, not here. All right, somebody please feel free to yell at me for not putting things back in the right place. But then we get to waste time on stream for me looking around for things that should be in a given place so I can press forward quickly. I mean, I guess technically what will happen if we run a Raspberry Pi 4 without heatsink, right? I mean, it shouldn't spontaneously combust. Did I put it down here in the wiring bin? Negative. Yep, still at a loss. Oh well. We're going to power it up and run it without heat sinks for the time being, because we need to keep moving forward. We had an issue with the Canbus cable before. I was getting a lot of noise on the part cooling fan when it did start up. So that tells me I might have my screws in there a little bit too tight on the tool head. So we need to probably fix that real fast before we go any further. Mini ugga-duggas there. Connected and good. Should be good to go there. I will continue to look for some things, but I'm going to go ahead and apply power. So 3, 2, 1. Hey, we didn't blow anything up. It's almost like we're getting good at building things. We're going to give that a second for it to come up. There, not there, not there. I'm dumbfounded. The last one we worked on that we put a heatsink on, I believe, was the V0. And that's been downstairs for a while. I don't know. We'll find it. So we're going to say try again. Just come back up. And there it is. Unable to open the config file because there isn't a config file. What we're going to do, let me come over here to the full display. Grab some coffee. Okay, so what we want to do is take a look at the esoterical. We need to get our file set up, our Canbus file set up. So we're going to copy. Yeah, we're going to copy that. We need to come in here and start our putty session. And you know what? New session. I have no idea if I can do irondragon.local. That will work or not. Yes, it will. Host key is not cached, except log in. We're going to log in as Pi. Password. Raspberry. Okay. So we're on the Pi, and we have gone through and we've already updated things based on doing it through the GUI while we were building cables and stuff. So I'm going to right click there and we're going to update this Canbus file. And it's going to ask us for our password again. So we put in Raspberry. Now we're able to update the Canbus file. And what we want to do is put in this specific information. So we're just going to say copy. Grab that, right click to paste it in there. And once again, the baud rate's going to be 1 million, or bit rate be 1 million, blah, blah, blah. Control X. Yes to save. And enter to use the name of the file that we opened. Now we need to do some net plan stuff. This is going to allow it to run under permissions. So copy, paste, enter, copy, paste, Control X, yes, enter. See how easy is this? It's like copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste. So we did that one. Now we need to do the next one, and this is to set the bit rate. We need to create another file in the same directory. So okay, copy it, paste it, hit enter. Come down here, copy it, paste it, Control X, Y, enter. Make sure we have our 120 ohm resistors. We do. Never took them off. And with everything else, the next step would be to go in and set up and do the tool head, the main board. All of that should already be configured on the boards themselves. In fact, the main board we're connecting via the serial, if I remember right. Yeah, we're connecting via the USB to the main board. So the only CAN bus we have is the SB2209. So now that that's there, I'm going to simply come over here to our to the printer, and I'm going to upload some files. So we're going to upload files. We're going to go into that config folder, and we're going to select everything here and say open. And it should go through and upload all of those. And of course, it probably won't do the directory, but it did everything else. Fine. We'll need to create a directory. That directory name will be AFC. And in the AFC directory, we'll upload files. And we'll grab these files. Okay. So we should have all the files there. Our printer.config file has our MMU or MCU connecting via serial, and it has our SB2209 and the Canbus UUID here. So we should already be good to go. We're going to save and restart, and we're seeing if everything comes up. Oh, yeah, fine. Got the auto commit shell and the config backup and a couple of other things on here. Because I had I had this set up to do backups in the past. So let me, this one and this one. Eat. Somewhere restart. Of course, big backup. Comment that out. Mainsail macros, adaptive, line purge, stealth burn. Save and restart, please. Where are you getting that? Oh, shell command still down there. anything else? 10 of 11. Show me all. Time lapse, stealth burner, sonar cube, printer config, Moonraker, Mainsail, macros, line purge, crow's nest, and dash. Okay, that should be it. Come on, roll in the dice. You're killing me. It was deleted. So, still going. Should have been simple. Hasn't been as simple, but we're getting there. We're getting there. It's not, we're close. I have a feeling we're close. I got a feeling. Yeah. Put that back where you got it from. Really? Well, you're taking your sweet time, you know? Okay, there you are. What would be calling it? I have a macro for it? I don't think I had a macro for it. Upload filament, unload filament, filament change. Yeah, no macro. We took it out of the printer config, so it shouldn't be looking for it. The includes included out. The only other thing that I would think that would have that directory would be the Moonraker. Update manager, mainsail, mainsail config, time lapse, crow's nest, sonar cube. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do. Just go and look and just kill that out. So restart session. Pi, Raspberry, CD, or actually LS. Up here, CD, printer data. Big. Yeah, so that shell command.cfg is not there. So something else has to be referencing it. Okay. Grep. Shell underscore command. Yeah, printer config include shell command. But we commented it out in here. Did we not? Mainsail macros, adaptive, line purge, stealth burner. There's config backup. Printer.cfg has a shell command. All right, well, Control F. Oh, damn, really? Line 1? Nowhere where I would be looking for it. In the very first line that it's reading. Thanks, Mr. Wizix. Hey, look, the MCU's up. The SB2209 is found. Not making a hideous noise. Kind of looks like everything is up. Yeah, so that's all I had to do was loosen the top screws just a quarter turn, and that relieved the pressure on the fan from having the NAMI up against the fan. What do you mean now you lost communications with the SB20? What did I do? Look at it? Oh dear God. All right, we'll play with that in a minute. I have a feeling it's just the cable. I'll have to take a look at it. I think it's just like, hey, wiggle, wiggle the cable and all right, regardless, we're going to have to play with this. So first off, Iron Dragon, get that back in there. Dashboard. Macro, you go over there. That'll be better. We need to install Kaya and KlipperScreen. So once again, we're going to do some more copy pasting. cd space tilde gets you back to your home directory. Right click to put in that command, and we're going to download the we're going to download Git so that then we can download Kaya, which stands KIAUH, stands for Clipper Installer and Update Helper. Okay, bada bing, bada boom, that's installed. Now we're going to run it. And this is asking, it was completely rewritten from the ground up. Do you want to use the new version, which is in alpha, or not? I'm going to say no, but remember to ask me later. So just looking here, we've got Klipper installed, we have Moonraker installed, Mainsail's installed, and we have Crow's Nest. So we need to install KlipperScreen. So we're going to go 1 for install, and we're going to select KlipperScreen, which is number 5. 5, enter. And we'll watch this go. We may have to intercede and click on something here or there. And while we're sitting here, oh geez. I found my heat sinks. It had a color changing dolphin sitting on it. Tell you what. I tell you what. We put this back where I found it because I may need it for a build down the road. I have a spare screen that we can use for a future build of some sort. Or to give away. So I need to add some heat sinks on here. Oh, do we have a yes, no? Yes, we got a yes, no question. This is asking, do we want to create a service and enable it to boot? You want to say yes here. If you say no, it's going to go into, it's not going to go into KlipperScreen. Yes. And then the next one is whether you want to run X server or Wayland. I've always run X server. I've never run Wayland. So exactly, I'm going to put it back where it actually truly belongs now. So I don't do this pain to myself again. You? We're going to stick one on the memory. I guess at this point, I just need to figure out like, okay, how many CB2s am I going to need to replace my CB1s? And then ask Chris how many he's got and be like, okay, can you just bring them to 3D Printopia? Because if he sends them to me beforehand, I'm going to be chomping at the bit to install them, which would not be good. And I think for the most part, they're just in my zero G Mercury ones. I think this is the only one that had a CB1 in it. So no, something else has a Manta in it. Well, that's running. Let's see, we got heat sinks on the memory and on the CPU now. I'm just going to let this kind of dangle around, and I will go ahead and put the cover on while we're waiting for that software to install. Because one of the things that I know is going to happen is as soon as it gets done installing, it's going to want to do a reboot, and when it reboots, to come up, it wants to it wants to get back on the network, and you have to do that on the front panel. That's been the big thing that's caught me the last couple of times is it wants to join the network on the front panel. You just have to confirm that actually on the KlipperScreen before it works. And then somewhere down the line, and by somewhere down the line, I mean sooner rather than later, you notice that I had network connected to this. I'm going to be mounting a switch. Kind of the question right now is whether or not I use the 24 port Netgear ancient gigabit switch that I have, or if I get a new switch that, I don't know, may not be as big and may not be as power consuming, and install that. But the plan will be to mount that underneath one of the racks here and then run physical network drop to all of the printers that I can. Like, I know there's no physical network on the X1 Carbon, so I can't run network to that, but everything else that I have underneath here, I can run. Actually, does the Mark IV, does Prusa Mark IV have a Ethernet jack, or is it just the wireless? Anyhow, I plan on running Ethernet to everything that I can, because I was thinking when I ran drops in here, I put in 2 drops down to the main router downstairs. So I've got 2 lines that are coming in here. One comes kind of all the way around and feeds a small switch at the desk that's providing, keeping my work laptop, my Mac, and my Windows machine on the wired network, so they get good speed. Installing KlipperScreen policy rule. The user Pi is already a member of the NetDev group. Adding user Pi to group network. Adding user Pi to group network. Done. Policy version. Press enter for default, which is yes. Install network manager for the network panel. Yes. As soon as you do this, this is the part that'll mess you up if you don't pay attention. That's what I thought. I thought the Mark IV had Ethernet on it, so I'd be able to connect that one up as well. So pretty much everything has a Raspberry Pi in it. I just need to go through and make sure like I've got the Keystone jack and the network actually piped through, which I don't on FayDragon. So I'll do that in the next set of upgrades to FayDragon. Kyber Dragon, I'm pretty sure I put it in place. I know the rat rig doesn't have an inlet, and I've got the aluminum case, so I would have to cut the case to run physical Ethernet to it. And I don't want to do that. So this may stay on wireless. And Tiamat, which is the black box, I did put a provision in for wired Ethernet. So I can connect that up to Ethernet. Just got to remember it's wired to Ethernet when I go to move it around. Like maybe put a post-it note or print a sign that says, "Hey, idiot, disconnect me." You know. It is still thinking away, and while it's doing that, and since we have the bottom back in place, I'm going to go put these where they go so I know where they're at. And I can find them the next time. Move the mouse out of the way because we don't want to squish the mouse. And we're going to try and set this up. And I'm going to say it's kind of sort of sad that lifting this up, that this is one of the lightest printer builds that I've done, that I've lifted in a little while. I mean, the V0 of course was light, but you know, compared to Black Box, the Rat Rig, we've done the K3 is amazingly heavy for its size, right? The VZBot is heavy. Like I said, Tiamat and the Rat Rig are two-person lifts. There's just, it's a cumbersome thing. I don't think it's not heaviness for Black Box. It's the cumbersomeness of trying to reach around and grab hold of everything. Right? The thing I just realized is my Nomi. Oh, I'm gonna have to reset my Nomi because the Nomi was set up to talk to this printer, and the IP address for this printer has changed. And I'm kind of worried because it feels like we've hung. And I've had this happen where it seems like we hang on the install. Power switch is on. Cable's still connected. Nothing has changed power-wise. I still have lights on up here, right? Lights are still on. But it seems like it's hung on the install for whatever reason. And it's done this to me a couple of times, and I don't know why. But like the printer is not connecting. It's down. I'm thinking I'm going to power cycle it and see what happens. And the fact that I just turned the printer off and turned it back on, and this putty session didn't ding or do anything weird, tells me that it is. Huh. Everybody still with me? Yeah, a few of you are still hanging out with me. Okay. So, printer. Something's going on. So, what happened? Dragon local. Post not found. Oh, okay. And this is the issue: is screen's not on and working. You know what? How much you want to bet that I put the damn cable in backwards? Okay, so there's Iron Dragon on 234. Yeah, so the issue is I've got to use the front panel to get it to join the network, and got to use the front panel to get it to join the network. And it may be that I've got the cable for the panel in reversed, so it's not connected to the pins. So I'm going to set this down, and I'm going to reverse that cable and see if we come up. you know what? I know. Yep. I think I had the cable in backwards. Call me Mr. Idiot because the screen just came back on. Screen's on, but still no talkie talk. See if we get to rebuild things again. There's a screen. Screen's upside down. And we've got KlipperScreen. Again, it's upside down. So cool. KlipperScreen's up, KlipperScreen's running. The screen is upside down. So I know there's a fix for that. I'll have to figure that out. Not power, more, network. I'll work that in a minute. Sorry, guys. Not going to show you. We'll put you over here because I'm not going to show you my password if I put that in. Especially not as I'm trying to do it upside down. Network not found, really? You broke it. It's all your fault, Liz. Like, seriously, how are you not finding the network? It wasn't finding the network, but now it's on the network. Stupid printers. Actually, not printers, computers. Computers are a pain sometimes. All right, so that's done. Our KlipperScreen is upside down, so we need to solve that. And I know there's a resolution for that somewhere, somehow. And the SB2209 keeps falling off the, like, keeps throwing this error. So we shut down, so we can do that safely. Fix the screen in a minute, but shut that down. We will bring this back into its full and upright position. Oh. Debating. I was like, should I be concerned that it sounded like there was something moving around in there? And then it dawned on me it's probably the cable scratching down there. Speaking of cables, bring this forward and I'm going to take a look at this cable connection again. For some reason, it did not do screen change. Correct. Now remember, it kind of hung the session and I powered it off and powered it on. So it could very well be that something did not complete in the install. So we'll have to take a look at that. Now why? You are in there. You're fully down in there so that we get full connection. I think what's happening is the wire or the cable wasn't fully seated down in here. So whenever I ran the screw all the way in, it kind of pulls the wire up and out some. But God, why does it feel like there's a weird twist in this wire as well? Okay, so that is fully seated. I'm going to screw this back in, but I'm not going to like drive it for home, so to speak. Now, one of the other things we're going to do is I've just got a short, I just have a short piece of PTFE tubing here. I'm going to have to use a longer piece to be able to get up to the box turtle. And kind of knowing how long this piece is going to help. All right, there is one parameter, which is the length between the tool head and the box turtle hub. And if it's too long, you're going to basically ram it into the top of your extruder when you do a lane load. So what I'm going to do, this is, I think it was like 653 millimeters or something like that. I'm going to grab like a full meter, probably. Unless one of these is longer, or not longer than a meter, but longer than that one. Because that would mean I wouldn't have to cut anything. No, that's about 653. So let me. All right, I know where my tubing is. Give me 1 second to go grab it. Oh, it's down here. I can visualize it down. Because, you know, when you buy I'll say a butt ton or a plethora of tubing, I remembered where all this was. So I buy it in large quantities or multiple quantities. You have some pre-cut. This is all reverse Bowden tube, 3 millimeter by 4 millimeter. So what I'm going to do is just find the end. I'm going to get down here on the ground and measure out roughly 1 meter. Because once again, that's going to give me a known starting point for figuring out that distance that we're going to need to get calculated. And I'm going to be as precise on this meter as highly curved Bowden tubing is going to allow me to be. All right, right there. Give that a quick snip. Put the rest of that away. So Liz, how are you doing? Have you gotten your sense of taste and smell back? Okay, Wiz told me how to change the screen back, or the screen. Not a problem, we can get that squared away. Now you can do reverse Bowden tube. You can do 2 millimeter inside diameter tubing. 2.5 would be better. I'm going to say I'm going to kind of like 2.5 a little bit better than 2. Or I'm sorry, yeah, 2.5 better than 3, because I am finding that the 3 millimeter inside diameter, 4 millimeter outside diameter, that wall is so incredibly tiny. I've got to figure out why. Oh, my door's sagging? No, it's there. Need to see if I can adjust this up or down some. So nano boot config text, add LCD rotate. Yep. Okay. We'll work on that. Okay, so the door is somewhat oversized. This door has always been very, very tight. I think that just adjusted it good enough. Okay, so we've now got a meter cable or a PTFE tube, which will let us come into the back of our box turtle with sloping turns, which will be nice. What I need to do, and I can't do it yet. So our Nomi's not going to work for a little while. I'm going to have to readjust it, but I had assigned an IP address to the old host, and I need to give it that IP address. But if I do that, because I do a reservation on my router versus setting a static IP address. That way, if I take this to a show, it's not going to, it's going to pick up whatever IP it gets and it'll work. But regardless, what was our thought? Oh, we were turned off. We were playing with this cable. We're going to turn back on, see if our cable problem is solved. Hope we were off. Oh, we were on. Jesus. Really? I was not, I don't know what. I don't know. Okay. So yeah, screen's still upside down. We need to fix that. LCD rotate 2. Thanks, Mod Light, for keeping me on track there. Not too worried about the NAMI not coming up just yet, though I am a little worried that it's not even, it's like it's not getting power. So that is a little concerning because it's not even coming up and saying, hey, I can't talk home. That kind of tells me that it's still not getting. There goes the all right, so we'll have to look at the Clippy log for that. Let me come in here and fix the screen. And it's nano slash boot slash big. And hell did it just do? Oh, enter. Gonna make me type it out, huh? LCD underscore rotate equals X. Yes. Sudo nano slash boot slash big.txt. Yeah. Oh, no worries. I should know better. Being a computer security guy for years, system administrator and everything, and hey, that hadn't fixed it. It's still upside down. It's still upside down. Yeah. Okay. It's okay. We can solve that. I can deal with upside down for right. We do need to change some configs on the SB2209. I doubt very seriously that that would be causing problems, but you never know. So Ian stop is correct. The difference is going to be the two filament things, which are not in the primary config file. It's in the it's in the AFC hardware config. What will be changing is the probe. Cannot update MCU config as it is shut down. Come back down here into our probe section because we changed it to a different pin. So the SB2209 is there. It's being seen from the aspect of it's got the system load, it understands the system load. What we're not getting is proper communication. So we may wind up having to just go and redo it. you know, we may just have to go through and reflash it or something. Because that Canbus ID would not have changed. What am I? Oh. Hey, West everyone, how's it going? You're off to bed? Okay. What time is it? Oh, it's only 9:30. You're like, how's your studying going? I only ask because she's not close enough to throw something at me. The sensor type might need to change for that. Fan, controller fan, controller fan, controller fan, Raspberry Pi. Octopus sensor, Big Tree Tech, NTC. There's nothing in the, oh. Let's comment out the old display. I don't think we need that anymore. We don't need the NeoPixel for the Big Tree Tech Mini 12864. Took time off to go on your trip. I hear you. Option aliases in section board pins must have 2 elements. Huh? Does it not have 2 elements? Don't mind me, I'm just about to start screaming. So Cyberchunk, we closed all that out. All that's commented out. Details matter. Hey, Maker Viking. Oh, and I just realized you guys aren't seeing me desk scroll, so that's probably a good thing. Let's uncomment or comment out the 3 lines setting LEDs, because I have a feeling that might be what's picking it up. So we're having fun. So we've got our tool head rebuilt on the Trident. We got the tool head rebuilt. The tool head's back installed. We had to do some wiring to add a side skirt 4-pin microfit connector so that we can attach our box turtle and set it on top here at some point. Our tool head's been redone with Filametrix. So we have the tool head cutter and the additional sensors at the tool head. But since putting everything back together, our Nomi's not talking or powering up. Don't know why. And we replaced our Big Tree Tech board with a KlipperScreen, which there's something going on there. And folks, this is probably where I may wind up calling the stream and just futzing with this a little bit off stream, just because it's going to start annoying me. And I sort of have a feeling that part of it just means I need to just go and redo the KlipperScreen install, because something is not right. Because remember, it kind of hung there at the end. So I'm going to go back into Kaya. Still tell it no. So it shows KlipperScreen is installed. I want to do an update. See if it will update when I tell it to. KlipperScreen. And the answer is no, it won't. So we'll go back and we'll do it the hard way. Remove. I'm going to remove KlipperScreen, which is now option 7. Nothing like changing the option parameters around so that you can, blow away the wrong thing. Hey, Free Heathen, how's it going, sir? Make sure you read my last message in Discord DM, but I'm fixing. All right, cool, my light. I shut Discord off. My laptop was starting to get all kinds of stupid slow. So I tried to close out a bunch of stuff and free some memory up. So I will check that in a little bit. Okay, so if I go back, KlipperScreen's not installed anymore. Now I'm going to go back into the install menu. And we're going to tell it to reinstall KlipperScreen, which is number 5. We're going to go through and say, hey, there's a bunch of stuff. Let's go. So how's it going, Free Heathen? Staying busy? Yeah. Tell Miss Beans her little sassiness, needs to watch that. You're making dinner? Good. It's always good to eat food. About to be a sad day. No, it was said with love. And by say, I mean the sign language that she used. There we go. It was sign language. Yeah, you're doing the beef bolognese, right? Beef bolognese. Ah, press enter for default. Sounds good. Want it to start up automatically. X server. Yep, X server. Works for me. Hey, Bexy. I was just saying, you know, you were a little sassy earlier. I spent good channel points. I didn't want this little like half side peck. Now, if you're gonna put channel points out there for kisses, then you know, do it right. Thank you for well, Bexy Beans gifted a tier 1 sub to the free heathen. Thank you, Bexy. For those of you that don't know, this is the month of September. So 1 month and 3 month subs, I believe, are 25% off. 6 month subs are 30% off. And over the next few days, any bits cheered more than at 300 or more, um, uh, Twitch throws in, I think it's an extra 5 or 10%. I can't remember. So, oh, Bexy. Install network manager. Yes, let's break this again. I want to do that. Let's break it again. And see, boom, it just kicked it off the network because network manager took over. The screen went blank. It's rebooting. So that's good. Screen's still upside down, so we'll still have to figure that out. I've got to figure out what magic I did over on Dragon, which would be easy enough to do. Like I said, screen being upside down is no big deal, other than I have to put in a password upside down. God, I hope not. So Clipper came up. Don't touch anything. The SB2209 is talking. Good for right now. We've got a good extruder temp. It's close to what we're getting with the heater bed, so that's good. And there goes the SB2209. All right, what I feel is it's a, I think since this is so what we wound up doing, free heathen, for your edification, is we wanted to put the KlipperScreen on this box. And in so doing, we had the old style screen, right? Clicky wheel screen. And we wanted to put the nice, you know, touch screen on it to use some of the features. Well, we were running this off of a CB1 and a Raspberry Pi sled. And if you're running a CB1, you cannot use the DSI connector. So because we can't use the DSI connector with this, we can't use the touchscreen, the Big Tree Tech touchscreen. So we needed to switch over to a Raspberry Pi. So we unboxed a brand new Raspberry Pi 4, got it loaded up and installed. And ever since then, I should have just been able to reinitialize the Canbus on the Raspberry Pi Zero and everything's good. It's coming up, but we keep having communication errors. There's no real reason why we should be having those communication errors. So what I will do, and I'll do this off stream, I will go through Esoteric's thing and I will update the everything on the SB2209 just to make sure it's good, right? And that it's talking over the right baud rate or bit rate and all that good stuff. which it should be because we validated that before we did it. And if it wasn't at the right bit rate, it wouldn't come up at all. All right, what the hell is showing up in Clippy, if anything? Here's my desk scroll down here at the bottom to figure out what happened and why it went offline. Got error in can write resource temporarily unavailable. Hmm. All right, I'll double check some things. I'll make sure that we've got the. We make sure that we didn't knock off or remove the 120 ohm resistor on here because that would cause us some Canbus issues. Nope, that's still in place. Not that. Like I said, my Nomi is not getting power either. So I need to look into that and figure out why that's not getting power. It's not staying up long enough for me to test things. I need to fix the screen because the screen's rotated. Yeah, folks, I think at this point, I am going to go ahead, call the stream, call the stream. I've got a few little things to work out. This is kind of normal. Saturday, we're going to have, Saturday is the 14th. This is my last Saturday where I can stream long. Because the following Saturday, the 24th, Mrs. Dragon comes home. And if I'm not at the airport to pick her up, you may not see me at 3D Printopia. All right, I'll just give you that. What brand do I use for Bowden tube? The Bowden tube I am using is Allen Tech, and I get it off of Amazon. This is 3mm inside diameter, 4mm outside diameter. I'm actually becoming more partial to 2.5 versus 3 because 3, the wall is so thin, and every time you try and cut it, you wind up kind of bending the tube and having to really mess with the end to get it clean again. Oh, sounds good, Bexy Beans. Sounds good. And I just replaced this. What I did was, because we're going to have box turtles sitting on the top, I'm going to put the cover back on. We'll have box turtles sitting back here on the top. I needed a longer tube because my tube kind of ended right here before. So we're going to need a longer tube that we can bring up and plug into the back of box turtle. Okay. And this will allow us to print with box turtle. We've got the Filametrix installed on here. So we do have the cutter installed. Yeah, I need to look at something is weird. So yeah, we've got the toolhead cutter installed. We've got the KlipperScreen installed. We've redone the brain by putting, hey, Big Jano, Pez Liz, everybody, how's it going? I guess I won't be raiding into Big Jano tonight. Just rated with a party of 30. Hey, thanks guys. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. How was your stream tonight, Big Jano? Hey, Da Vinci, Tin Talon. Welcome on in, everybody. We've been working on some upgrades. Zombie will start soon. Okay, cool, Pezlis. We've been working on some upgrades to the Trident because we're trying to get it ready to be able to run Box Turtle on here. And Box Turtle is a open source, whoa, don't drop it, 4-lane AMS, right? So in order to run this, I needed to install a toolhead sensor. And rather than just installing the toolhead sensor and leaving it at that, I went the full Monty on Filametrix. So there's a toolhead sensor above the extruder gears and one right below the extruder gears, between the extruder gears and the hot end, right? You just put a fire under his butt. Sweet. Yeah, there's Bexy Beans. Stream was good. Got your fun model for 3D Printopia finalized tonight. Awesome. Awesome. And yeeted with marbles. Okay, was Mrs. Dragon there for marbles? Because it's so great. She'll show up to your stream for marbles and she won't be on my stream at all. That's how much she likes marbles. So she gets on there Thursday nights just to play marbles. But we've got both sensors in here and we've got our filament cutter. So this is a filament cutter that will be triggered by this piece back here. And so we still need to do some configuration there. While we were underneath running the other Canbus wire into the side skirt here so we can connect and disconnect Box Turtle, we went ahead and installed a KlipperScreen. And that's where I'll say things started to go off the rails some. Our SB2209 keeps disconnecting, so I need to troubleshoot that. My Nomi's not coming on, which means it's probably not getting powered, so something might have gotten jostled there. And my KlipperScreen is upside down. Hey, Mrs. Dragon, how are you doing? You've been on both? Aw, so nice. So nice of you. You know what? And I just had a thought. This thing has buttons on it. I think doesn't the Big Tree Tech board have buttons on it to switch the direction? I can't remember. Anyhow, so that's kind of where we're at, is we wound up taking out the CB1. So this is just a CB1 on their Raspberry Pi 4 sled, right? But with a CB1, you cannot run the DSI display. The DSI connector on here only works with the CM4. So I could either take my CM4 and replace the CB1 with a CM4 and go. Either way, I would be rebuilding. So I just grabbed one of the Raspberry Pi 4s I had over there, and we rebuilt with a Raspberry Pi 4 so we can get KlipperScreen working. So that's kind of where we're at. You've been on both. You've just been quiet. Okay, Mrs. Dragon. Gotcha. You've been doing the Pez list thing and just running multiple tabs. Gotcha. So we've got a few things we need to work out. I want to jump over onto Bay Dragon real fast, and we might be able to get the screen figured out, because I tried to enter the command to swap the screen, and it told me no, basically. So I and Raspberry. I need to get a second new session. This feed. Bay Dragon is 75. Okay. Lights are on. Is it up? Oh, there you go. It was just, it's up. It was just slow. Plug in as I. Software caused connection abort. Huh? That's a new one. All right, see this is why I can't troubleshoot things on stream, because now it's being stupid. All's well, good. And you're everybody's getting ready for 3D Printopia, right? I know we're getting ready to we're getting there ourselves. Okay, so nano slash boot slash config.txt. Maybe. And then the network crash. All right, so I'm why I need to get everything on hardwired on the network. Oh, we're gonna have a good time. It's just, how much frustration do I fight? You know, I put a lot of pressure on myself leading up to the shows. And I know like Pezliz and Zombie does as well. And we freak out trying to get to the show. But once we're there, it's like, all right, it is what it is. If it broke, it broke. If it made it there and everything's working, great. Um, you know, be cheering y'all in from, yeah, because you're going to be heading back semi soon, right? Okay. So that's back up there. Let's try this again. Restart session. Log in as that ubiquitous Pi. I'm actually wondering if maybe Like the SD cards are starting to get ugly. And start taking errors. Okay, so what do we have here? I'm sorry, you guys, I'm like doing things and you guys can't see what I'm doing, huh? Going to lurk for a bit. Oh, not a problem, Big Jano. Thank you for coming in and thank you so much for rating in. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And I'm sure we'll see you online between now and 3D Printopia, but I'm looking forward to seeing you there at the show too. Fly back on the 30th. We'll land the 30th. Okay. Oh yeah. I understand that, Bexaby. I mean, it'd be great if you did a pit stop in Maryland and then went on, but I get it. I get it. Trust me, I get the long flights. One of the longest flights I ever did was a flight on a C-130 from Germany back to the United States. Because it, you know, like the jets can do a direct flight. The C-130 had to uh, go up around Thule, Greenland, into Newfoundland, and come down. We had to stop in Canada to refuel. It was crazy. But that was a slow flight. God, that was painful. All right. Well, so far I'm not seeing anything here that would say rotate the screen. You have the UART stuff there. I2C arm on. I guess it would help if I just grab this and bring it over so I can see a little bit better. There we go. Display LCD rotate. That's what's wrong. We did LCD rotate, but not display underscore LCD underscore rotate. So sudo nano slash boot slash config.txt. So we're going to get the screen fixed at least. And we're going to grab that command as well. So I thought. Right, that'll invert the touchscreen for us. Because the touchscreen was working right. So when we flip the screen, we also need to flip the touchscreen. Otherwise, we're going to be touching in the wrong place. So there's that. Now we do a sudo reboot. And it'll reboot. And when it comes back up, the screen should be going in the right direction. Come here, bench side. Kind of put you down here to look at the screen. Screen's still upside down. WTF. What the heck? We just literally copied fine. You want to be like that. Being annoying. As if I don't fight enough with technology at work. For no other reason than to make it be the same. Still upside down. So I'm gonna have to go to the Big Tree Tech website and try and figure out. I mean, look, sitting here and literally copying from a working machine to the other machine that has the same exact screen. Let me just mounted the same exact way. Makes 0 sense why it works on one and not the other. So we'll be working on trying to get that fixed. Well, I'll work on beating my head against that tonight. Oh, not a problem. Oh, we'll be posting pictures, that's for sure. But okay, everybody, thank you for being here tonight. Like I said, a bit of frustration. We'll get through that. We'll get through this. I will trust me. I will figure out what the heck's going on, even if I got to tear this thing all the way apart again and redo it. You know I will do that. Let's see. Is that zombie guy on now? I think I've waited 10 minutes. No? Still not? Oh, wait, there he is. Oh, and we're going to raid in the middle of a hype train. Sweet. All right, everybody. I'm getting the raid set up for Zombie Hedgehog. Thank you guys for being here so much. We got a lot of work done here. We got a few things still to work on. We'll get it done, and I will see you all on Saturday, where hopefully we've got this part done, and all we have to do is plug in Box Turtle and start doing that part. So thank you, everybody. Have a great night, and I will see you guys on Saturday. Bye now.